So good morning, folks. Who's looking after the county? I'm glad you guys are all here. It's starting to become the Brazeau family instead of just council and staff. And we really appreciate you folks all coming out here to help celebrate the milestones that have gone on here over the last little while. So appreciate you guys coming out. Thanks. We have 3 presentations to make before we get into our council agenda. The first one is Kyle, just my good friend Kyle. We'll do them one at a time, and normally we usually only have one at a time, but we've got 3 here today. So Kyle, if you want to come up.
Tell them to take the rest of the day off.
Might be pushing. call the meeting to order. Is there any additions to the agenda? Public Works, or not Public Works? Rudy, I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Reeve. A couple of additions. Item number 8, Public Works. If council could please add 8A, speed limit bylaw. Regarding the bylaw on Township Road 492, there's been some additional comments from the public that we want to share with council before we advance that conversation. And item number 13, correspondence, please add 13C, Town of Drayton Valley regarding the federal cap on oil production. That's all I have, Reeve.
Thank you. Any additions from councilors? No, nobody? Oh, Anthony. Okay.
Under meeting dates, I need ratification for where I took a course for respectful, training for respectful work in the workplace.
So that's 15C. Go ahead, Dallas.
And also under meeting dates, 15D, FCSS AA, so that's the FCSS Alberta Association for ratification. And that was November 13th to 15th, just this past week. That's all I have.
Glenn?
On meeting dates, 15A, just to clarify, it's page 94 on the end.
What was the number? 94. So you're just clerical error. We don't need to add it to the agenda, just a clerical change. Anything else? Then we need a motion to approve the agenda with the amendments. Donna?
I move to approve the agenda of the November 19th meeting with the amendments.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, adoption of the minutes, October 15th, pages 13 to 19. Any corrections? Anthony?
Page 17. You look at motion 583. Cody Brooks voted twice, and I think he didn't vote on the top one. Cody, I believe.
Where are we at here?
Page 17.
You were both for and against.
That's how you avoid controversy.
Yes.
Also, Harris,
Yeah, Kara was the missing one.
Kara, do you know how you voted? That's page 17, motion 530, 583, 24, 10, 15. Okay, so Cody Brooks is on the bottom and opposed. Kara was in favor. Okay, did you note that there, Tina? Kara was in favor, all right, great. Okay, we still need a motion to approve the minutes, or you got some more, Anthony?
Not on that.
Okay, a motion to approve the minutes as amended. Glenn?
I move to approve the minutes as presented, as amended, sorry.
All right. Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. October 22nd, organizational meeting, 20 to 27. Anthony, you're getting to be a regular here this morning.
On page 22. Bottom of the page where it says motion 604, If you look at the names that were listed there, Shirley is spelled incorrectly.
All right, is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Grammatical error. All right, motion then to approve the minutes as presented. Anybody? Donna?
Oh, sorry. I'll move the minutes as presented for the, or as amended for the October 22nd organizational meeting.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Pardon me, Donna? I caught yours first, so. All right. Follow-up action list. Rudy, anything you need to highlight for us, or?
A couple of items, Reeve, that have progressed since our last meeting. First of all, the cause for critters, item 802. It will be presented for council's consideration today. As well, 180, the storage options for library, 353, the zero-fee education program. Those two will be part of our budget deliberations, which begin tomorrow. Of course, the council open house with for residents was conducted on November 12th, so that's completed. To the next page, item 508, Hilltop Acres. We've got additional information for council in closed session today as we move forward to a solution there. 575 will be presented today. That's the seeding program and consideration of different varieties of seed for our ditch work in the county. And as well, 581, conversation around oil collection has been advanced to 2025 budget deliberations, which again begin tomorrow.
Any questions, councilors? All right, too early for public hearing. We are on tax recovery auction. You knew that in advance, so that's why you were coming, eh?
Good morning, Council. On page 42 of your agenda, we have a request for council decision in regards to the 2025 tax recovery auction. The recommended action for administration is that council approve the date of February 12th, 2025 for the tax recovery auction for the listed properties on the bottom of page 42 and the top of page 43. Brazeau County works with taxpayers who have not paid their taxes in full through arrangements or payments plans. However, in some cases, we're unable to resolve the outstanding taxes, and after that, a property has to go through the tax recovery process. We do have this year a number of properties that have high amounts in arrears, and these properties have either been on tax payments in the past and defaulted on them, or so looking to either have to re-sign to something with some sizable payments, or they'll be put up for that tax recovery auction, as well as we have a couple properties that have some cleanup orders that were included on the tax roll as well too. Again, it is administration's recommendation that council approve the date of February 12th, 2025 for the tax recovery auction.
Okay. Anthony?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yes. We're good.
I move that council approve the date of February 12th, 2025 for tax recovery auction for the listed properties.
Discussion? All those in favor? So we still have to approve the terms?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so on page 44, administration presents a request for council decision in regard to the terms and conditions for the tax recovery auction. And the recommended action is that council approve the proposed terms and conditions for tax recovery sale. The terms and conditions can be found on page 46 of your agenda, and typically have the properties being sold as is, whereas without Brazeau County making any representations or no warranty whatsoever as to the adequacy of services, soil conditions, land use, districting, building, and developing conditions of the property. Again, administration requests council approve the proposed terms and conditions found on page 46 of your agenda.
Kara, your lights on?
I move to approve the proposed terms and conditions for the tax recovery sale, as outlined on page 46 of the agenda.
Discussion, Glenn?
On page 44, the date's been set for February 12th, 2024. We'll just change that to 2025.
Oh, yes, noted on that. Just this one right here.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? Hey, Kara, can you just lift your light up a little bit? Unless I lean way back here, I couldn't see it there. Okay, we are doing well here, thanks. So we're too early for planning and development. Public Works?
Okay, good morning. We're on page 57 of the agenda regarding Township Road 492 speed limit bylaw amendment, bylaw 1194-24. So recommended action, the council gives first, second, and third reading of bylaw 1194-24 to establish maximum speed limits as presented. A little bit of back history on this one. December 5th, 2023, a speed concern was brought up during a public input session at council. Then December 19th, 23, it was, administration was directed to begin the process of amending the bylaw to add the speed reduction in there. January 16th, 2024, first reading was given to the bylaw 1171-24. And then after that, it was advertised, and it came to public input February 20th, 2024. And then most recently, October 15th, 2024, administration was to bring back a revised speed limit bylaw, including a speed reduction on Township Road 492. So on the next page, it has a map showing the area. So it identifies the reduced speed limit zone of 60 kilometers per hour along Township Road 492. It extends 750 meters west of Range Road 80. And the draft bylaw refines the existing text for consistency throughout. So there is some minor wording adjustments and changes in there as well. Along with the above noted change to Township 492 and refining of text, the attached draft bylaw 1194-24 amalgamates two other active speed limit bylaws for future ease of referencing and record keeping. Since printing this report, I've received multiple concerns via phone, in person, and email. So there was an addition to the agenda. I'll read through some of those. So 14th of November, I received a call from Larry Pankowitz with Pal-based contractors. He is opposed to the speed decrease. The 15th of November, I received a call anonymously that they are also against the speed limit decrease. Also on the 15th of November, I had a resident stop in the county expressing their concerns against the decrease. 15th of November, I received a call from Bev Drews against the speed decrease. 18th of November, I received a phone call from Jim Drews against the speed decrease. 18th of November, I received an email against the speed decrease. A second one on 18th of November. And then on the 18th of November, I received a call and email from Leanne Nickel against the speed decrease. 18th of November, I received an email from Kevin Nickel against the speed decrease. And an additional one just last night that I just added, received an email from Ken and Janine McKenzie and against the speed decrease. And then just noting 18th of December 2023, there was a letter received from Edith Floden regarding the speed decrease as well.
People, there was 1 for and 1 against, from what I remember, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think word of mouth recently with this report, all of a sudden within the last 3 days, I think word of mouth must have got it out again. But the public input, there wasn't more than 2.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, people's time is valuable, and it's hard to come to a meeting.
Yeah.
So, Glenn?
That's what I heard too, is that people aren't reading the paper anymore, so they're not getting the information from our website or the newspapers. So word of mouth is the way things are going today, but yeah. I
That
don't
was
know
the
if there's a way we
feedback.
can improve communication on these sorts of things so that when we have public input, we actually reach the people somehow. But, I guess some people said, well, I should be driving out to everybody's residences. And there's just not enough, there's not enough, you guys aren't paying me enough to do that, so. But I do agree that we need to somehow get better communication out when we do these sorts of things.
It's been a challenge for, ever since I've been elected, trying to get people to provide input, Glenn, so you're right, we need a better process, but we've got internet now, we've got we've got lots of stuff, and it still doesn't change the numbers that much. Kara, your light's down again.
It's okay, it was on and off. I was just gonna agree, it's the $1 million question. If someone's got the solution, they're gonna be an instant millionaire on how to get communication out. I've been on here in council for 14 years, and trust me, we've tried everything. So it's honestly, the best way is word of mouth. It's the best, and just making phone calls, and yeah. It's pretty difficult, but once something gets out, I've always been told if your phone is ringing, people are upset. If your phone's not ringing, then if they're upset, they'll phone you.
I'm sorry, I just had something funny strike me. If you create a crisis, they'll come out. Whether it's true or not, they'll come out.
Yeah.
And so you're gonna have to start misrepresenting the truth if you want people to come. I'm just kidding. What's that? All right, so you were looking for a decision to give first, second, and third reading. I don't know if I could do that. Donna?
I was on the fence with this. Yeah, I see the safety component of it, but I think we can do other things. I've changed my mind because of the
Input?
input, yes. Yeah, so I don't know, if we could have a signage, trucks turning, what else could we have?
Well, you could have maybe a flashing speed limit sign, you know, I'm not a public works director, so I can only throw out things that I've seen that, you know, slow me down, like going into Leduc, for example, you have several, you know, that tell you to slow down. And everybody wants to be slow, because sure, slow is safer, but I think it's gonna pile up more traffic, but once again, I'm not a public works specialist. Glenn?
I wasn't done.
I know, I'm gonna come back to you, I thought I'd let
So
you
yeah,
talk twice.
this was brought by Barmac. That was their idea, to have the speed limit slowed down to 60 for that 750 meters. And it would add 11 seconds to everybody's commute to do that. It would help, but at the same time, I think Donna's on the same page as I am. My phone got lit up. So yeah, there's not a lot of support for this. I'm not gonna get the votes needed to get this through. I think the Reeves given a really good idea, which would be a radar sign there that just says, you're exceeding the speed limit here, and that would help. Also, the ratepayers that I've talked to said that what they feel would really help would be a no passing section by Barmac, because that has been that's one of the issues that Barmac brought up, was that while they're trying to turn left into their yard when they're headed west, people are passing on the left-hand side. And for some reason, I never thought about a no passing lane until some ratepayers brought it up, but that's why we have public input, and I think that was a great idea. But the two combinations, I think the flashing radar sign and a no passing lane would be a way out of this.
I'm gonna go to the others, but you may wanna make a motion to have administration look into the cost of having a electronic sign and no passing. I think that's a good idea too for 750 meters. So two ideas to help with the solution. Cody, then Kara.
So as far as flashing sign goes, if we don't change the speed limit, it doesn't matter, we're still doing 80. But even besides that, in my mind, this was a temporary measure. This was we were gonna change the speed limit, and we were going to, you know, add some turning lanes and that sort of thing. So, that was what I thought we were going to do with this. But I'm not sure if you guys have a different idea.
Kara?
Yeah, I think they're great suggestions, but just be aware, a lot of our traffic issues are not because of road design or anything other than human error. So I turn off on a major highway, every day in this community, Highway 22, and I make a left-hand turn, and there's a passing lane on the right side of me, and I cannot tell you how many times people have passed me on the left side when there's a complete right lane right beside me. That's what the purpose of that for is. So I just caution, we can do things like this, but I mean, at the end of the day, it all comes up to, majority of it's human error and driving error and based on humans. So you can have the straightest stretch of road out there and still people dying because of human error. But I think we can look at maybe some mitigations. That is a busy road. I'm on it constantly, and I think probably Glenn, you're probably on that road too. It is busy, but, and I agree, I think the speed reduction would actually cause us more problems than anything, but maybe looking at some signage and, I don't know, do we know what the enforcement numbers are on that road? That would be something else too, is just, I know our CPOs and the RCMP can't be everywhere all the time, 365 days a year, every second, but at the same time, I would be curious to know what the enforcement's like along there too, so.
The enforcement, and what's the actual accident ratio? Like, what's the statistics? I honestly can't remember seeing an accident there.
No.
But I'm not there all the time.
No, and I mean, there's near misses too, right? So, but I think with what's in front of us today, I think we've got two options. We either receive it for information or give it first reading and see where it goes.
Didn't we give it first reading already?
So through Reed to all council, this is a new bylaw because we did other amendments on it too, so we're starting with a new bylaw number because of the administration minor changes within it.
I see, okay.
So that's why it's being brought back as first. So the original one was 1171, now this one is 11, we're letting that one go. This one has other administration changes in it, just for consistency of wording. And so that's why it's a new number, looking for first again. And I would just add that on October 15th, 2024 meeting, it was passed, so we've done minor maintenance work, such as culvert maintenance and brushing and warning signs, not the flashing warning signs though. And it was also directed that the administration bring back the intersection reconfiguration, so we are bringing back Range Road 80 and 81 reconfiguration numbers to budget deliberations. So that side of it will be.
And what's that, gonna be a better turning lane or something?
Yeah.
Okay, so that might be another helpful solution.
Yeah.
Glenn,
That was first.
that's okay, I called you.
Okay. For the flashing radar sign, those ran about $5,000 for those signs, so it's not that much. Also, 80 kilometers an hour isn't the issue. It truly isn't. 80 is a fine speed. It's the fact that I went out with our CPO. Everyone's going 10 over all the time, so it's a 90 all the time, 90 or higher. So 80 is fine. It's just that everybody takes that into account, that they're going to go 90 kilometers an hour. And in this case, that road is often more closer to 100 kilometers an hour. So a flashing sign just to get everybody down to 80 would be a better solution.
I think it's illegal to speed, isn't it? Donna?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. I drove this road and I didn't make any notes. Is there a solid line, like, that says no passing? Well, it doesn't say no passing, but everybody knows you shouldn't pass on a solid line, or is it a dotted line?
Not a solid line at this time. It was brought up in the V3 safety report, but that report came after we did line painting this year.
Okay.
So part of the solution is turning lanes on Range Road 80 and 81, is that correct? Okay. Because the only thing about going to first reading, you're gonna force the same people to come out again, and you're lucky to get them once, let alone twice. But But I think if we take a look at the budget process and see if council's gonna support these turning lanes, that might be a good solution. People know that they've got an easy, solution for turning instead of a lineup to turn onto 80 if you're going west, or 81, I mean, or south on 80. Anthony?
To administration, some of these other changes that are in the bylaw should be probably corrected or updated anyway, shouldn't they?
That's correct, yeah.
So if we don't want to do the speed limit, maybe we should just remove that for now, from 492, and do the signage and perhaps direction for solid line through that area so that people can't or aren't so suggestively going to be passing.
Well, I don't know if those, if we didn't move to do something on no passing lanes, would administration do something like that on their own anyway? Go ahead there, Amara.
If it is scheduled to be done next year, the solid line, it's been already part of the recommendation for the report that was brought previously, and it's got passed through council, so that we did not do the passing lane, we did not do the solid line because already the painting has been completed. So that will be done next year. It's already on the books for next year. We were able to do some maintenance work. The other ones would be the brushing, cleaning culverts, which was part of the direction from the previous reports.
So some of the previous report has been done already then?
Yeah, some of it's been already done, and as I said, the one for the solid lines will be completed next year.
So that's been approved then as well? Anthony has raised some issues, but I didn't realize we did some of this stuff already, which is great. But, so if we said nothing right now today, would the double solid lines go in?
Will be completed
Okay,
through the REIV, yes. That will be complete for next year.
okay. Are you okay with that then? So it's solved? So then the choices then is to pass or not pass first reading, and that'll leave everything in motion for the improvements that are gonna be made anyway, and the turning lanes will be a budget discussion anyway.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, Anthony?
But I thought from what I understood Pippa say is that there is changes in the bylaw anyway. So if we don't want to make the speed limit reduction on 492, we should remove that portion and leave that at 80 as currently listed. And then the rest of the bylaw should still be passed the 3 readings because of the other changes that she went through earlier that are combining 3 bylaws to 1.
But I just thought, and it may be my misunderstanding here, but I just thought the other things that we were gonna change was the double solid line and the turning lanes. How many other things is there?
This bylaw has other implications too for other
Okay.
roads.
All right, so if Anthony's correct there then, which I think he probably is, we need to make a motion to remove the speeding portion of this bylaw out and any other changes that council deems necessary.
Yeah, to the, yes, yeah.
Okay.
If we could, if you do not want to proceed with the changes on 492, then we can motion to remove that section
Okay,
and look at proceeding with the other sections, so.
all right. So somebody needs to make a motion, and you're the only one with the light on, Anthony.
I'm trying to find the page where it's at, though. Maybe Pippa could help me find the page where we're at?
64? 64.
I know that, but where that section is where we take out for 492.
64? Page 64?
Six.
Okay, yeah.
It
Okay.
was 6B.
Okay, I move, Bart, if you're ready? I move that we remove the speed limit proposed reduction for 492 under 6B.
That's it? Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Cody, thank you. What else do we need to do?
Do we want to make a motion on the other administration wording changes within the bylaw? If you wanted to make a motion to proceed with first reading on the other administration changes, so we've did a motion to remove 6B, and then look at the other administration
So we should be
changes.
doing for all three readings now to accommodate the other administrative changes.
Yes.
Okay, with that, I move first reading to bylaw 1194-24.
Discussion? All those in favor? Okay, so then we should be advertising again for these changes, and you may not get opposition. At least that's my thoughts. Go ahead, Anthony.
We've removed the proposed speed limit, so there is no changes to anything. And all we're doing here is approving the bylaw consolidation of three, which I don't figure necessarily would be a public issue so much as administrative issues. So I think we can go ahead and give second and third reading on that.
The read to council, there's no additional speed changes within the bylaw. It was just items that were, passed and marked maybe in the past and on GIS maps that aren't recognized on the bylaw and vice versa. So it's just providing consistency for enforcement throughout.
Yeah, because they were already passed. Those things were passed. The only change was 492, which we removed. So now the rest of that bylaw is administrative, combining 3 to 1, or 3 bylaws for 1. So that's why we should be going ahead, in my opinion, giving all 3 readings on the rest of that bylaw. Consolidating our speed bylaws.
So we haven't got any input on the other?
Yes, it was, I was able to put it out through to community services and the peace officers just to confirm that consistency would be helpful to everybody involved in administration, to one place to direct residents to enforce off of.
Because likely the red ones that are all in here were ones that were brought from these other bylaws, consolidated into this one. By putting it into this one, Pippa made them red just so we realized that they're additions that were brought in the consolidation process, but they're not new changes of speed limits.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
that's fine then, thanks for the clarification. All right, so we're at a point where we either give second reading or not. Donna,
I move to give second reading to bylaw 1194-24.
discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Anybody want to give, we have to go to third reading now. Anthony,
I move to go to third reading for bylaw 1194-24.
now this has to be unanimous, otherwise it gets carried over to the next meeting. You got some comments there, Glenn? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. And now finally, third reading. Go ahead, Glenn.
I move to give third reading to bylaw 1194-24.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. We are just speeding right along here. What's that, Cody? Go ahead.
I was just wondering, do we have lane expansions for this stretch of road set up for our budget deliberations?
You mean like widening that road?
Yeah,
I don't recall we discussed that.
we discussed it a little bit. I don't remember if we had put it on the budget or not. If it's not there, I'd like to put it there.
Well, you can put on anything on the budget discussions and then go from there.
Yeah,
Right
you-
now, they've got the turning lanes.
I can't.
Through the reef, based on the recommendation from the safety study, there was no widening recommended. So the only recommendation was the line painting, the speed, signage, and some brushing and culvert cleaning. So the intersections improvement. So those were the one recommended based on the safety study.
And all of those, you spoke about the intersection improvement. And that's on our agenda, or is that already passed?
That's through, so recommendation was to go to budget, and now it's on the budget agenda for
Okay.
discussion.
Okay.
For this one.
Perfect.
All those in favor? Cody's good?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, roadside seating mixture, 77 to 78. Did Ag Service Board take a look at this yet, or Anthony?
Our last agenda, so no, we didn't talk about it. Sorry, Bart.
Okay.
Good morning, Reven Council. As you know, at your last council meeting, there was a local hobbyist beekeeper that came in to request council consider planting alsike and white clover on the roadsides for the benefit of domestic bee production. So as a little bit of background, as per Apology AG6, roadside seeding, the Agricultural Services Department is responsible for seeding the ditches from shoulder to fence line or property line on new construction in disturbed areas. And that policy does require us to have a weed seed analysis certificate with that seed. So on any contracted projects, it is generally in the contract that that contractor is responsible for the reclamation and seeding of that roadside. So currently on our in-house projects, you can see the seed mixture that we are using. Kentucky bluegrass, creeping red fescue, tall fescue, perennial ryegrass, our preferred and most accessible source of this is by DLF Pick Seed. This mix is recommended for ditches and water runs. They do meet all of the weed seed analysis requirements, as well as just anecdotally, we've been satisfied with the quality and establishment and lack of weed presence with that mixture from that distributor. I did a species comparison using DLF Pick Seed as well as the Alberta Forage Manual, which is from Alberta Agriculture. So you can see some of the differences between those species. So one of the comments about alsike clover was the height, and I will say that in this country, I would estimate it at the top end of the height. It grows extremely well here, so it does get tall. So for things like visibility on roadsides before they're mowed, not exactly ideal, but the white clover is very low growing. So I included these headings just because those are where the species had differences. There were other categories that we could have compared them in, but there wasn't any differences between those 6 species. So these are the ones where you'll see the divergence in characteristics. I do want to note some of our contractors have used clover in their seed mixtures for reclamation. The benefit of it is that it is quick establishing. You get that ground cover, that root mass in the soil to prevent erosion. We do get a lot of complaints about it though. The general public sees it as a weedy species, so we do get calls about the perceived lack of weed control on the roadsides when there's clover in the mixture, as well as it is poisonous to horses, so landowners with horses do have concerns about it being adjacent to their land and creeping in to their land. Another challenge would be the herbicide tolerance. With our roadside vegetation management program, there is none, but there are alternative weed control methods. We could spot spray. We could also handpick and mow certain species. Secondary to the species comparison, council had also requested more information on bees in Brazeau County. So we have the data, and our GIS department was kind enough to create this map. So you can see the areas in yellow are where we would have the most concentration of beehives, the highest concentration of beehives in the county. Is there any questions?
That's great data. The only thing I would suggest is getting rid of tall fescue. I've rode off at least 3 vehicles with deer coming out of the taller grasses and take a look at another substitute. I don't know how many horses we have grazing in the ditches, but I know that the creek would be there. I'm just looking for some solutions because we spend a lot of money cutting tall grass. If it was all Kentucky blue and lawn type grass out there in the ditches, we wouldn't have to cut it near as much and improve the safety factor. But that's just me as a pragmatic farmer. Glenn?
I see that one of the yellow dots hits just right where I live on Range Road 81 there, and there's a ditch that's just all black dirt and clay. Public Works knows what I'm talking about, but if there was going to be a trial project, maybe something like that, and would you have to talk to the, I guess since this is poisonous to horses, would you have to get permission from landowners before planting something, like, before doing this, or?
Through the Reeve to Councillor Gunderson, we do not have to consult adjacent landowners before seeding. The only time that we consult landowners is when the construction exceeds the property line, and then we do consult with landowners on seeding that portion on the private land.
So Glenn, you just didn't spend much time on it, but you said a pilot project.
Yeah, thinking maybe, but that's by your brother-in-law's, right? Roy's place, and he's got
He's not my
horses.
brother-in-law.
Isn't he?
I
Okay,
don't think
sorry.
they're married.
Sorry. But yeah, you
But
know,
anyway, thanks for bringing up my personal.
just north of Roy's place there, that new stretch of road should be seeded to something. I'd be very much for seeing what this looks like. There's not a whole lot of farmers and horse guys down that road. But yeah, a pilot project would be neat, and I'd be able to see how it works, right? We could go, hey, this is not a good idea or a good idea. But since I'm in that yellow circle, and it's right there.
So go back to your seed mixtures there, please. So just from a farmer's perspective, I would not be, like I've got white clover in my pastures, and I do have horses, but I've never even thought that white clover is toxic. I haven't lost any animals. Is this something that is a for sure thing, or is it like on medicine bottles? It may have side effects. Like, or does white clover just kill horses? It's just one of the things that could happen.
To the Reeve, it is a vector for a fungus poisonous to horses. It's not the plant itself. So it's like any other fungal body. You'll notice it's worse in damp areas or in wetter years. So if I had to speculate, it would be more cyclical. If that fungus just isn't present in a certain area or not in very high concentrations, it did indicate that you might not see any clinical symptoms in horses. It's just when they reach the threshold of that fungus, it can cause poisoning.
Happen, then the horses have to be getting out onto the ditches, then they have to find those plants and eat a lot of them and die. So there is a risk, obviously, but what is the percentage of that actually happening? And how many cases has there been? You know, there's 1,000 questions, but I'm just trying to keep this simple. If we took out the tall fescue and put in white clover, would that change things? It would keep the maximum height to 24 inches. Perennial ryegrass, I've grown that, and it's a good grass, but it lasts only about a year, sometimes 2.
Yes, and the benefit to the perennial ryegrass in the mix is just its quick establishment. You get that cover first off, and it allows those other species with better longevity to establish.
Right. So would a mixture like that work? I mean, there's always a risk of something. I mean, if you have any kind of clover, cows can bloat, right?
Yeah, and the only reason why I did include those notes was because those are complaints with concerns that we've had in the past. It's not because we've ever had any
Incidences?
incidents. Yeah.
Well, and I've talked to other beekeepers too, like Butts is out there, Vivian Butts, and she was trying to convince me that we don't spray at all, right? Like no spraying at all, because some sprays could impact the health and life expectancy of a bee. And so by stopping spraying, it would help the beekeepers totally. But I don't know if we can do that either. Anthony?
Oh, Bart, I don't think we're here to, so much looking at what impacts it has on the horses, because the horse may not die. From what I understand, clover has effect on horses from their respiratory systems. I think it can affect them that way. At least that's what I was told over years. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong. But I would suggest that we just continue on with our pattern. I don't think that the ditches are going to be that significant an area for bee benefits anyway, and I don't think that's our role in that regard. So I think we should just continue on with our pattern.
Well, I'd like to see a change to get rid of that tall fescue. And whether you put something in there and replace it at that shorter, or try the white clover, is what I would suggest. Donna?
Yeah, that was my concern, is it is our mandate to make things safer. But even if we did put the clover in there, we still have the tall fescue, which is up to 48 inches.
Kara, you want to wade in on this conversation?
No, just more, well, yes, I guess, sorry. Just some background on the Elsa, or the clover poisoning with horses. Yes, it is a thing around here. Administration's very correct. It depends on the weather and varies year to year. I grew up on a farm, and I actually grew up with horses, and it is an issue, and it has been an issue, and I've dealt with it. So actually what it does cause is liver failure in horses, so you'll get some serious effects from it. It can be fatal. My experience, I've never dealt with fatal, but I've seen the animals incredibly sick, and vet bills through the roof on it. It also causes it's like a photosensitivity to the horse's skin. They call it dew poisoning, but it's makes them super sensitive to sunlight, and then could cause cancer and stuff in there. So it is an issue. It has been an issue around here, but again, it just depends on how wet the air is. So, and when I grew up with horses, we did everything we could to keep clover of any kind out of our fields.
You clear the brush in this country, and clover comes out. Yeah. I don't know where the seed comes from, but every time I clear brush, first thing that seems to come back is clovers. So what do you guys want to do? Cody?
I just wanted to mention, the drought tolerance and herbicide tolerance is poor and none on both of the clovers that we have here. So if we're going to seed something that's just going to die anyway, it doesn't make a lot of sense. We can't not spray, because, I mean, I see tall buttercup everywhere I go. Maybe not this time of year, but in the summertime, it's everywhere. We have to spray, and if it's going to kill the stuff that we're seeding, it doesn't make a lot of sense to put it in there.
Well, I'm wondering, if we did a trial project, how could we measure any success? Like, the bees aren't going to come and tell us that they like that. Like, I don't know, how would we measure any success?
I'd have talked to a beekeeper, and they'd say, well, you can do studies in an area and count how many bees in a 10-meter area and go from there. But that would be somebody that has the expertise, and I don't have that. But the beekeepers would. Anthony?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we decline the request to experiment with clovers and continue on with our current mixture.
Keeping everything the same, I'm not so sure I'm in favor of that. But anyway, you put the motion on the floor, and Anthony says just keep it the way it is. Discussion? All those in favor? What? You had a question?
Yes. So, Is it absolutely necessary that we use the tall fescue in our mix? Because
Go ahead, Danya.
Through the chair to Councillor Wiltsey, no, we are able to choose the mix that we use. With this one, because of the recommendation from Pickseed, as well as it's commercially available, it's one of, you can just show up to UFA or Rocky Rapids store, pick up the bags. There is possibly increased costs to ordering custom mixtures, but if that's what we prefer to see, then that's what it'll, like, administration can look into it.
okay, just wondering.
I do that. I pay a slight premium for 12 different types of seeds in one bag. So Anthony still has a motion on the floor. You want to speak to your motion there, Anthony?
Yeah, and Bart, it's not just types of product, we want to be conscious of the weed content. And I think from what I read in their report too, it seems to indicate that there's a pretty good provision of weed-free or relatively weed-free.
That's with the clover mixtures? Oh, yes. Yeah, well, that is a good point about weeds, but I don't think there is any guarantee in any of the seeds that you'll be 100% weed-free. So what about removing the tall fescue as a amendment? Somebody would have to make that in the form of a motion, if they want to. So you raised the issue, Donna.
Would you accept that as a friendly amendment to take the tall fescue out of the mix?
No.
No. Okay,
It's
Not
not friendly,
friendly.
then you have to make it into a motion.
oh, but he's got a motion. On-
So you're moving the amendment. You asked the amendment to be friendly.
I
It's not
did ask,
friendly.
it's not friendly.
So then you make
Make
a
a
motion to amend the motion.
Okay, I move to amend the motion to take out the tall fescue out of the mix.
All right, so that's the motion on the floor right now. We'll deal with that first. All those in favor? Those opposed? Glenn, did you vote twice? No? Yeah, okay. Glenn and Anthony were opposed. So now we've got a motion on the floor without the tall fescue. Anthony's motion is on the floor now. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. That's how you get support, Anthony. Be a little flexible. All right, we're taking a 5-minute break here. All right. It's been 6 minutes, not 5 minutes. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. All right, we finished off roadside seeding, herbicide emergency response. Oh, right, okay. All right, so we need somebody to go into public hearing. Anthony?
I move that we go on public hearing for bylaw 1191-24.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Rezoning application 24A-010, located on pages 47 through 56 of the agenda package, has been submitted to rezone approximately 14.4 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southeast 1049-6 west of the 5th Meridian, which would allow for the subdivision of an equally sized parcel. The subject lands are located immediately northwest of the intersection of Highway 759 and Highway 39, from which the subject lands have access. That's shown on page 49 on the land location map. The application was circulated for review and comments to external agencies, internal departments, and adjacent landowners. External comments were received from ATCO Transmission High Pressure Pipelines, TELUS, Fortis Alberta, Alberta Energy Regulator, and Buck Mountain Gas Co-op, all of which advised that they had no concerns, conditions, or setbacks. Alberta Transportation requires the dedication of a service road caveat along the southern boundary of both the proposed lot and the remnant parcel, as well as a 300-meter caveat along the east boundary of the subject lands. These would be included as a condition of subdivision. However, Alberta Transportation had no objections to the proposed rezoning and subdivision. Internal comments were provided by Public Works and Agricultural Services. Public Works advised that the lands contain low-lying wet areas, wetlands, a high water table concern, and drainage concerns, as evidence that this is a very wet area with some standing water. They also advised that an easement for access to the proposed lot will be required, as the existing access is intended to provide access to both properties. And this would be reflected as a condition of the subdivision for an access easement. However, because the roads are provincial highways, Public Works had no comments regarding the condition of the approach or the road widening. And no letters of concern were received from adjacent landowners. Sorry, Agricultural Services advised of the soil conditions but had no concerns. The policy considerations were set out in the report to Council on October 15th and confirmed that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the county's municipal development plan and our land use bylaw, and that the lands do not fall within any intermunicipal development plan or area structure plan. Bylaw 1191-24, for the rezoning of approximately 14.4 acres from agricultural to agricultural holdings within a portion of Southeast 1049-6 west of the 5th Meridian, is presented today for consideration of second and third readings. Thank you.
So this is just rezoning.
It is.
What's your thoughts there, councillors? Oh, yes. Nothing from council? Anybody from the public here that have any comments? Anybody online? No one online? Donna, you want to share?
Sorry, I was just wondering if we go to second reading.
No. No concerns? Even though it's wet? Frozen now? Tina, do you have something? Okay, so if there's nobody from the online or in the public that have any concerns, we'll come out of a public hearing.
I move to come out of public hearing for bylaw 1191-24.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Any direction from council after that? Glenn?
I move to give second reading to bylaw 1191-24, proposing portions southeast 1049-6 west of the 5th to be rezoned from agricultural to agricultural holdings as shown on the attached Schedule A.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Anybody wish to give second reading? Third, okay. Anthony?
I move third reading to bylaw 1191-24.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous.
I am from the library, and I would like to share some information with you this morning. This is the first time I've been here, and I'm really glad that I'm able to come here and present to you what's been happening at the library in the past year. So the following presentation is basically a library refresh. Since you do contribute funding to the library, I think that you should know where your funding is or what it's going towards. So the library refresh, background: with new management in place, the library staff were eager to give the library a refresh. The overstuffed shelves and small boxed-in areas felt claustrophobic and dark, and the staff felt that it was time for a change. So as you can see, when you look in the children's area, before it was very hard for parents with small children to look at any of the books in the children's place. Like, there wasn't a lot of room to move. Definitely, you know, anybody with strollers, it was a challenge to maneuver. So that's what it looked like before. Oh, sorry, I need the previous slide still. That was what it looked like before. And then, oh wait, sorry, let me see here. So we pulled off a refresh over the weekend of April 13th to the 15th, and next slide. And that's what it looked like afterwards. So we are very fortunate to have Friends of the Library, and they did receive some grant funding, and that's how we were able to redo the children's area. So we definitely opened it up, got rid of like a lot of the clutter, and we purchased some new furniture. And you know, the comments on Facebook and people coming into the library, it was very, very positive. It was just nice to see a change, and you know, they actually had a place to sit and read to their kids what it was meant to be used for. So that was before. And then you can see afterwards, you know, we got rid of the curtains, and there was a whole bunch of clutter behind those curtains, like shelves full of like used books and everything. And so now our programmer is actually able to use the space for what it's meant for. And it's still a work in progress. We plan to turn it into a maker space. So we have shelving for 3D printers, and we have other plans as well. Next slide. We also redid our lounge area. So it wasn't very comfortable. Like, there was just way too much stuff all over the place, and you know, people do like to come into the library and sit down and read a book or a magazine. So we reduced the furniture and we reorganized everything, and then that's what it looks like afterwards. So it's nice and clean and people feel comfortable. So it's a lot better. We have more people definitely coming into the library and using the space for what it was for. Next slide, please. Definitely when people come into the library, this is what it looked like before. So it didn't look very welcoming. It looked very cluttered and cramped. You know, we had the privacy screens still up from COVID, and so we took everything down. We rearranged the circulation desk. So instead of having like 2 desks, now we rearranged it so we have 2 people working closer together and just maximizing space. Next slide. On top of the refresh, you know, like just reorganizing and getting rid of a lot of stuff, we also did a major weed. That means that we took a lot of old, dirty books out of our collection. Now, a weed hadn't been done in, I don't know how long, like a number of years. As you can see, you know, a library does not help the public when the public comes in and they can't see books on the shelves. So we got rid of, I'm sure, thousands of books. Like, we just had too many books in our library. And so by doing that, we are now allowing the library collection to grow with newer, updated books instead of hanging on to old, irrelevant books. Next slide, please. And also, you know, when people come into a library, they obviously, they don't want to walk into a cluttered space, so we definitely had to work on our entranceway as well. A couple times a year, we had a book sale going on, so we had a couple like great big shelves like full of books, and it just made the area look like dark. So we got rid of a lot of furniture up front, and we've cut down on the number of book sales we're planning on doing, and we just opened up the entranceway to make it more welcoming. Plus, we moved our kits, so when people come in, they know that, you know, we have these kits that they can borrow, and now instead of us grabbing their holds, there's a hold shelf, so patrons are able to grab them themselves and then bring them up to us to check out. So there's just more flow, and it's more organized than it used to be. Next slide, please. And so that is that presentation, but I do also want to share a few other things with you here. What else has been going on at the library? And then I have the budget as well. So in January or February, the library was granted a $10,000 grant for rural skill development, and basically this grant is going to be used to help newcomers in the community. So I'm working with Drain Valley Community Learning Foundation, and we're working on adding to our collection. Now, whether this means having, you know, books and other resources in various languages, we're looking into that. We're looking into having a separate computer for newcomers to use to do government documents as well as resumes, etc. And even possibly having our website translated, so it's easier for them to navigate and to look for resources to help them settle into the community and life in Canada. We also received a grant from FCSS for our summer reading program. That was for $3,500. And, oh yes, I did have a grant pending. I haven't heard about that yet. So that's what we received this year in grant funding. And I do have some other things on the go here. So another one of our plans is we do want to bring in more variety in our collection. So we've talked about bringing in gaming consoles, VR headsets, video games, and other non-traditional library items. So to attract different patrons, like younger patrons, into using the library and thinking the library is cool again because they can come and get video game consoles and games. And just to share with you some stats, so the library currently has 2,659 registered patrons, but again, that's not even the true number of the patrons that come into the library. You know, that's what we have registered, but we also count when people come into the library to use like the computer or the printer, 3D printer, or like the scanner and whatnot. So the library also serves people without library cards. So they do come in just to do those everyday things, but you know, at the same time, when we talk to them, then they know that they're able to come to the library and get help, and then that makes them more inclined to actually want to register for a library card and use the library more often. So with that in mind, we did put together a 2025 budget. And I think it should be there, yes. So this is the budget that the board signed off on, the board chair. So the budget we are requesting for 2025 will remain the same as the previous year. To remain transparent, the goal is to maintain current operating costs, but still be able to do some necessary renovations to the library space, as well as purchase some additional equipment and storage. And so really what we're trying to do is make the library you know, a place that the community can be proud of. So I don't know if anyone has any questions about the budget, if you want me to go through anything.
Anthony?
Does the library have any reserves left yet at this point in time?
We do have some money still for our collections. But everything else is, getting used up.
Do you know how much the reserves are?
Oh, sorry, the reserves?
Yeah.
Oh, we do have a reserve bank account, and I believe there's about 125,000 in the reserve account.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any questions? Go ahead, Glenn. Glenn's our Minister of Libraries.
We like Glenn on the library board.
So recently, we had a public engagement here, and we did have a question on the CD audiobooks.
Yep.
That's for somebody, I guess, that's not able to download or stream, and they're kind of still doing that. Is there any option to expand that program, or are we kind of stuck there now where it's just going to decline from the state?
I think it's going to decline. I actually talked to somebody about this yesterday, and we hadn't really added to our audiobook collection in a few years, only because we don't get a lot of requests for that collection. A lot of people now, you know, they don't own CD players, or there's no longer CD players in vehicles. So we do give people the option, you know, like we have Libby Overdrive to download audiobooks. But just for the demand, there's really no point in building up our collection. We had went through the audiobooks when we weeded, and I don't know how many audiobooks we pulled off the shelves, but it's because they were old and they hadn't been taken out in like a couple of years.
Okay, the other one was, some people are missing the give a book, take a book. I know it was being abused where they'd bring you a whole box, but is there any option to ever bring, where you bring one book and take one book and not drop off 6 books to, or is that just not on the, that's not on the table anymore as well?
I think that's something we're going to have to look into, because I know when we started our weeding project, we had the Friends of the Library involved, and they took, I don't know how many boxes are currently sitting in storage. The plan was to sell them through thrift books, but we have so many books in storage that I don't know what we're going to do with right now, that I don't know if we can do that program just yet. I mean, we might look into doing another book sale, but at the same time, it's kind of a hassle to, you know, bring these books out of storage, set everything up, and then take everything down. Like, it is work and time. So, I mean, maybe that's something we can look into in a few months. But right now, we're just focusing on adding to our collection and getting those newer updated books.
Can you give council a brief description of why we, like, we'll be looking at getting some storage jointly between the town and the county to purchase a C-can for the library? Can you explain why that's necessary?
Currently, the space we're in is not very big. Like, we don't have any storage space in the library. We have been trying to purge to make the space more usable for staff and for patrons. We're currently renting a container, or whatever you want to call it, at Prism Storage, but we need something more permanent to, you know, be able to store our furniture, you know, because we're constantly decluttering and moving things around. So if we had a permanent storage unit, then we wouldn't have that issue of, like, you know, having to pay for it. And we just know that, okay, if we have something, we have this spot to put it in.
So yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think you did a great job.
Oh, thank you.
You know, just in my life, sort of changes. I'm selling stuff instead of storing it now. The chance of reusing it is usually pretty slim, and it's usually outdated, or, you know, just doesn't fit with the designs of the world. But that's just me. I don't know what the trade-off is, the business point of view of storing versus just getting rid of it.
I think that if we were ever to move into another space, it would be nice to be able to use some of the things that we currently have. Also, because when Rotary Library closed, a lot of stuff from Rotary Library moved over to the main library, But I mean, some of that furniture, especially, you know, some of the things for the children's area, you know, that still is usable. And if we ever do move, then, you know, it might be able to save us money in the short term without having to go and buy all brand new furniture.
Yeah, it's just a business case. How much is it gonna cost you to rent space to store furniture as to the time that you actually would use it? And what's the cost differential in that? But anyway, that's you guys' business. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna, Donna, I didn't see your light on.
Good job.
Thanks.
Wow, last time I was in the library, I felt claustrophobic, and this looks wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get that you would need a C-can to store stuff. You
Well,
don't want to
yeah.
just get rid of that shelving, is so expensive.
It is.
Um,
Well, not
Yeah.
only that, it's, you know, we really try to decorate and do stuff for the various holidays. You know, it's nice for the patrons, it's nice for the kids to come in and, you know, we have the library decorated for Christmas or for Halloween. So we need space for that stuff as well.
So you should have a poetry section, and here's an addition you can put in there that ties into what Donna was talking about. Sweet, clean air from east to west, with room to go and come. I love my fellow man the best, when he is scattered some. And so that talks about people need space. And you can add that to your poetry section.
All right. Thank you.
Do you have anything else to present, or you got it all?
No, that is it, actually.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, good job. Alrighty. I think we left off on herbicide rebate, or no, herbicide. Go ahead, Anthony.
I move to receive the library report for information.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, now take it away, Danya. Herbicide emergency response.
Good morning again. On page 79, we have AG 21 herbicide emergency response. We've been reviewing policies at ASB, and at the last meeting, we reviewed AG 21. So herbicide emergency response is governed under provincial and federal legislation in Canada. So the Agricultural Services Department does follow, obviously, all that legislation, and we update the emergency response plan on an annual basis as required by those laws. Any training requirements fall under OH&S, the Act regulations and codes, and all of those pieces of legislation do supersede our policy as it's written. So in order to keep policy that is current and sets clear expectations for staff, we did recommend to the Ag Service Board that that council should rescind the policy. So they did carry unanimously a motion to request council rescind AG 21 herbicide emergency response policy.
Alrighty, Dallas?
Yeah, we'll just take a note from the library board and get rid of the things that we don't need, just like clearing the shelves, creating a little bit of space. So I'm happy to get rid of this one. So I'll move that Brazeau County Council rescind AG 21 herbicide emergency response policy.
Anybody else happy? Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. You've got another one similar in nature?
Yes, on 82, AG 17, firearms use and transport. So we are requesting, at recommendation of the ASB, to rescind AG 17. Previously, the use of firearms would have fallen under the duties of the agricultural fieldman in support of the Agricultural Pests Act in controlling certain agricultural nuisances and pests. Those services are no longer provided in the Agricultural Service Department, so we are requesting to rescind this policy to keep our policies current and set clear expectations again.
Glenn?
I want to commend Danya on her job of going through these policies. This is something that the Ag Service Board asked to bring one policy for every meeting so we can go through it, but she actually went ahead and made the recommendations. So Kudos to you, this is awesome. With that, I move to the council rescinds policy AG-17, firearms use and transport.
What does kudos mean?
Well done, it means well done.
Oh, is that what that
Yeah,
means?
It's fantastic.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous.
Thank you.
Dallas is happy and Glenn's clappy. All right. Community services. Take it away.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Leaving Council. So you may recall this time last year, Cause for Critters made a presentation about the stray cat population, and that was at December 5th, 2023. So Council made the following motion. Donna Wiltsey to ask Cause for Critters to provide the cost of a spay and neuter clinic for a weekend and bring back the cost for Council to review. So they did try to do that last year, but I know it was difficult. They were all booked up, so they managed to get a price from this year, and so these clinics are set up like a MASH-style surgical unit, as they call it, within the community over a weekend to safely spay and neuter, tattoo, vaccinate, and deworm as many animals as they can. During a clinic weekend, community members may drop off the pets off at the site, and the Canadian Animal Task Force, as they're called, CATF, also send teams door to door to pick up pets with the owner's permission and answer any questions they have. Each clinic follows all applicable Alberta Veterinary Medical Association guidelines to ensure the health and safety of other patients. Like as I said earlier, they weren't able to do it last year. Typically, it's 10 to 22,000. They estimate a community cost of 15,000. Additionally, administration has also reached out to CATF regarding the feral cat population. These discussions previously debated at Council. Should Council be interested in providing supports for this program, it may be possible to combine efforts for this spay and neuter clinic to the feral cat management program. However, I don't have costs for that. The other thing, because this is going to be a community-wide, we could reach out to the town to see if they would like to cost share, and maybe this is something we can add to the budget for consideration. One question I did ask, which I apologize, and we tried to reach out. They're tough to get a hold of the Canadian Animal Task Force, but I'm thinking this is not just cats. I'm thinking this is, dogs as well. So, but I will clarify that.
What's your thoughts, Councillor? Lee, at the end of your report, they say to date we haven't funded this?
We have not.
Okay. Dallas?
So Lee, they try to do as many as they can in a weekend. Is there any idea that we can have how many that is? Can they do 50, 100, 150? No clue.
I don't know. I know they said, I can look into, see what I can find out for that, but they estimate 15,000, so they must have if they do that, they must have a number based on the number of animals they take care of. So.
Yeah, it would be nice. We'd hate to be spending $1,500 if there's only 10 cats.
Yeah, I just want to try to get as many cats and dogs spayed as neutered as possible. I know it will be a popular program if we go down this road. Do they need to be tattooed, and do they need to be dewormed? That is so easy for a homeowner to do, and I think you can pay for that. Just trying to punch as many through as we can.
I'm sure we can specifically ask, but that's their program. That's what they typically do. So.
To do any kind of volume, they'd have to store cats ahead of time, because they're not just going to show up on the day that the spay and neuter program is at. You'd have to be storing a lot of cats, catching them and having them, ready to go. No, but I mean, you're not gonna catch them on the day that you're spaying and neutering. You're gonna have to be doing it a couple of weeks in advance and.
Oh, are they done?
Yeah, yeah, it'd be nice to know what sort of uptake we'd get.
Well,
And they're
they've-
asking us for, we'd have to spend 15,000 ourselves?
Yep.
Anthony?
Lee, you were also, I think, previously given direction to look at perhaps correcting some of the facility troubles that we have at Rocky, and maybe have you made any advancements or at least conversation that you can share there that's, or is that something that you have to deliver elsewhere?
We're working as far as just updating. I know the Rocky Rapids Hall, like being condemned, and that being where it seems like a lot of the feral cats are breeding, and I'm looking at talks as far as, you know, having the hall taken down, but there's, you know, other complications I may have expressed as far as water lines are interconnected to some of the private dwellings, so those talks are happening right now, because we can't just take the halls down without, you know, that well. And then, in the meantime, been trying to reach out to this organization as far as them helping us with that cat program, or, you know, rounding up the feral cats, you know. So at least it's an official organization that's used to dealing with those type of things. So if we're taking the hall down, you know, the cats will be, you know, humanely, or, you know, based on their recommendations, taken care of.
Okay, Bart, my other question is, as far as I'm concerned, I think I said it before, I'm not in favor of paying to neutering feral cats. I think if the feral cats are an issue, and we're trying to get rid of the facility to help cause what caused one, I think the other part is if we catch feral cats, and they are feral cats, we humanely put them down, because they're after you've spaded them, you still got the same problem running around in everyone's yard, and you've just spent more money. And I ain't in favor of spending that money and having the same problem. So if we catch the feral cats, I would suggest we put them down humanely.
Are we gonna call them ugly or fat or stupid? Like, how are we gonna put them down? Sorry. Sorry, Anthony, just trying to add a little levity to the program here. Anybody else? Glenn?
I move to direct administration to add a spay-neuter clinic to the upcoming budget discussions.
Are we gonna get the information I talked to about first to see what sort of uptake?
It would be in the budget discussions. It would be presentation there.
Okay. So you're moving it to budget discussions?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else got comments? Donna?
I guess we would discuss this in budget, but I would prefer if we cost shared with Drayton Valley.
Well, we can add that into the budget discussions.
Okay.
Anybody else got comment? You okay, Kara? All right. Somebody has to make a motion. Oh, Anthony had a motion to immediately put them down. No, oh, you didn't make a motion, Anthony, you just had a comment. Okay. And Glenn, your motion was to move it to budget. Discussion, all those in favor? One more chance to kick at the cat. Those opposed? Cody and Anthony. Okay. We are on 12. Invitation to Brazeau County to join healthy communities. Did we used to belong to them? And what was our rationale for opting out? No vote? I'm wondering what the rationale was. Kara, what do you know?
I believe it was years ago when I sat on it, and I think it was, it's geared more to around, some of the Alberta Health Services, organizations that are out.
Okay, so have we changed our mind? If we haven't changed our mind, a motion to not accept? Go ahead, Anthony.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sure.
I move to receive the request for attendance at Healthy Communities Coalition for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Glenn? You guys can't trick me. Appointment to the Weed, Soil, and Pest Appeal. It's on page 92. So we had one application? Oh. Oh, this is just to add Shane to the list.
We had 2 vacancies following the organizational meeting. One vacancy on the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and then we needed 3 names for the Weed, Soil, and Pest Appeal Board. So these people have stepped forward. Shane Boleski has agreed to join the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and then Don Kanelski, Don Fash, and Ali Andra have let their names stand for Weed, Soil, and Pest Appeal. So we would be looking for either a motion to appoint or nominate, and, well, there's no voting, I guess.
There's no conflict with any of these folks, is there, that they sit on other committees?
No, they're clear in that way, and they follow all of your criteria under the Council 8 policy.
Okay. Donna, then Anthony?
I was going to make a motion. Oh. I move to appoint Shane Blosky to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and Don Kolneski, Don Fash, and Ali Aladra to the Weed, Soil, and Pest Appeal Board.
Discussion? All those in favor? Those opposed? Oh, you're in favor, Cody? Okay.
What did you say?
All right, I think we're on Green Valley Horse Club, donation of bridge. Who's speaking in regards to this?
So, Reeve, I can make a couple of comments, if you like, on the request for donation. We have one in writing here, and we've also received another expression of interest regarding the bridge from the Disc Golf Club here in the region. So with that in mind, it may be prudent for us to go to some sort of a tender process and do a fair exercise in terms of determining where we go with the bridge. We do have one bridge. The bridge that was spoken about is a bridge that was originally acquired for one of our walking trails, and it did not suit our requirements as it turned out, because we were unable to run our plows through across the bridges. So it was removed, and it remains in our possession in the compound. I think our original purchase price on the bridge, if I'm not mistaken, was about $40,000.
Great. Anthony?
Is this bridge then, would it not have other potential applications for ourselves as well yet in the future? Because, I mean, granted, we took it out where it wasn't quite working, but does it lend itself to our future needs?
That's a question that I don't have the answer to at this point. I haven't received any indication that we've got a use for it, just only indication that it's been in storage since shortly after it was acquired.
And Ms. Public Works is here. Would they have any commentary on that?
Through the REIV, we don't at the moment, but we'll provide you information. Yeah, so at the moment, we haven't actually looked into this matter. We will look into it and then we'll provide you with the information, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Are you gonna be around here long enough?
Yes, I will be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. No more motorcycle trips.
Thank you.
So then I guess we just table this until further information.
Can I?
Go ahead, Lee.
I tried to do some preliminary work before, and like Rudy expressed the exact price, this was was 48,000, and that was in 2017. And ever since then, it's sat in the yard, so, and that's the only information I could find on it. And then, of course, we do have a policy on disposal of material or equipment, and sale of unwanted materials not covered by the schedule of fees by law may be tendered, sold at public auction, or advertised for sale in a manner appropriate to the type and volume of materials being dropped off. So that's a policy, FIN 2, that we have.
Do we have a flexibility to sell it or to use it someplace else? Because I'm just thinking a bridge at an auction may not do very well, and we'll lose an asset. I'd rather see it used in the community somewhere if possible, you know, because then you get value out of it. If we had to buy one now, it'd be probably 60,000 or maybe more. So I just wanted to know if we have the flexibility to use it if we decide to use it for another.
You know, I mean, this one is just disposal of material, that's all this is, yeah. But I don't know, you know, that would be, you know, Public Works would have to come back as far as what they could use it for. I know it's never been something that's come up for parks or anything, but, and like I say, it was taken out because they couldn't get snow equipment across the bridge on a trail, right? So.
Oh, we've got the light up here. Glenn, I'll go with you then, Donna.
Do we know how wide the bridge is? Like that we can't get snow equipment across that? Is it wide enough for horses to get across it?
It's 1.5 meters wide, and it's 35 meters long.
Were there two of these bridges originally? That's what I was told. And one went to the town somewhere, and
Yeah, no, when we looked in as far as purchasing, there was two at the same time. Yes, this longer one and another one. I can't say where that one
so
went.
it's,
Yeah.
I think it went by the Walmart here for that pond. So
Yeah.
we've already kind of, like I said, I'd like to see it go to the disc golf. That would have been a great idea, but if the town has already gotten one, then maybe we would be better off to, if it's safe to ride a horse across this. I'm not a, Kara, would you ride a horse across this thing?
It's a pretty skookum bridge.
I just don't think it looks safe to ride a horse across it. Like walking maybe, but yeah. Slippery on top of it. Yeah, so maybe it'd be better. Like I said, we'll talk about this. It might be a really good idea for the disc golf because they tried to build a bridge and then they found out they couldn't. It was going to cost $100,000. So this would be a pretty good deal, especially since it's been sitting in storage for so long. Do we know what it's made out of? It looks like aluminum.
Aluminum.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, thank you.
Donna?
Those horse trails, they need bridges all the time, and you could put that rubber matting on them for
Additional support.
not that much money, but I'm thinking, how much a meter?
You're looking at 6.5 feet approximately.
Oh, okay, even the biggest horse could get.
1.5 meters is, yeah, it's gotta be close to 6 feet.
I would love to see it go to the horse club because they are always needing bridges.
Right. Okay, well, we'll wait for further information and take it away from there. So, I guess we should have a motion on the floor to table discussion until further information. Glenn?
I move to table discussion on the bridge for the horse club till a future date.
No discussion on the tabling motion. All those in favor? Those opposed? Dallas? It won't fit across your ravine, Dallas. Sorry, I just haven't picked on you today, so. Oh, how about we take a 5-minute break before public input? Call the meeting back to order. It's a public input time, folks, and it's an opportunity for anyone in the galleries or online to provide any ideas, suggestions, and I always ask solutions for the concerns they may bring forward. So the floor is open. Direct your questions through the chair and be respectful of both staff and the elected officials. So the floor is open. Do we have anybody online, Tina? No one online. I'll ask a second time. Any comments from the public? I'll ask, I guess, a third and final time. If there's no concerns, we're going to close public input and go back to municipal business here. All right, so we left off on the bridge. We're on the Drayton Valley District Community Learning Association. Give the shirt off your back challenge. I don't think anybody'd want my socks. What do you want to do with it, Glenn?
I agree. I don't think anybody wants my dirty sweaters but I don't have a problem with maybe buying hoodies with Brazeau County on them that fit us. Put them on and take them off for a photo op. And yeah, we could donate those to this event. That way they got some new clothes and they don't got to wear ones with holes and stuff in them. And that way we're doing a little bit of advertising and bringing a little bit to, we're joining in these campaigns.
So we wear them and then we get rid of them?
That's the idea is you put it on and then you take it off and you take a photo and submit it. And donate it to any of the drop-off locations listed, right? So
That's an innovative idea. Is council interested in doing something like that?
So I move to direct our administration to purchase 7 team hoodies with Brazeau County logos for the Give the Shirt Off of Your Back challenge. Post videos tagging DV Community Learning. 7.
Okay, discussion? All those in favor? So we're just going to temporarily wear them and then give them away.
Wear a beautiful hoodie for 30 seconds and then give it away. No, even better. Even better. That's a really good idea.
No, it's a good idea. Sure. Did we vote on that? Oh, okay. What's that, Glenn?
You speak so well.
You don't get an Oilers jersey, you're getting a hoodie. They don't come with hoodies, Oilers jerseys.
After last night's game, I think the other jerseys should be pretty cheap.
What's that, Kara?
go completely off topic, just because we got talking about the Oilers game last night, but the community turnout at the Oilers game last Thursday night was incredible. Only because we went down a rabbit hole and somebody mentioned the Oilers game. I would be amiss if I didn't mention that the Oil Country Drayton Valley community night at the Oilers game last Thursday was truly amazing. I would say well over 500 people from this community, and that's Brazeau County and the town of Drayton Valley showed up to that Oilers game. We were invited out onto the ice afterwards for a community picture, and there was well over 500 people. It was incredible.
You were
Yep.
there?
I was there, and Councillor Gunderson was there too as well
Oh,
with his
cool.
family, and my family was there too.
Cool.
Unreal. The other thing that gave me some goosebumps was driving back into town. Can you imagine that many people leaving Edmonton and driving back into Drayton Valley? It was something to see on the highway. It was a steady stream of traffic coming out of the city into
So
Drayton
the
Valley.
support was good, the game was
Huge.
not so good.
That game was good. We won.
Oh, that one.
We won in overtime, and Connor McDavid got his 1,000th goal or point in front of.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Wow, well, it was just what a show of community, sense of community.
All right, well, that's interesting. All right, we're done. Okay, so we've got a couple of additions here. Town of Drayton Valley federal cap on oil production. Glenn Gunderson.
So yeah, the mayor of Drayton Valley reached out to me yesterday saying that they were drafting a letter. And it's not about a cap on production, it's a cap on emissions. But all of the oil guys saying that the only way to do this will be to basically take out about 1 million barrels a day of oil out of production to meet these requirements. So the town of Drayton Valley was gonna build a letter for us to join in and sign. It's not here, so I'll just pass on this for now, but that's what the idea is. When this letter does come here, it'll probably be in their December meetings, but that we would join in with the town in opposition of, it's not a bill, it's just a regulation change. But it would be very harmful for our community to limit production at this
Yeah,
time.
the
It just,
process goes-
it
it goes
puts a chilling effect on any future investments, right?
Yeah, it goes from a guideline to a directive to a policy to a law. And so, yeah, I think we'd want to try to get as much public attention by doing it at a council meeting rather than just me signing it in the back.
So it hopefully will be there at our next meeting in December, and we can take a look at it and join in, just sign off as support.
Yeah.
Or if, is it possible to do this at a budget meeting or not really, or? You think you could do it? Well, yeah, if it comes then, we could do it then.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure if budget was just strictly budget. Okay.
we'll make it a media event as much as we can, right, so it gets some attention. Okay. Somebody want to make a motion to, hold it, let me think, have I got them all? No? Yeah, I do. Okay, councillor reports. Cody?
I wanted to make a note on the agenda, page 94 of the agenda package and page 94 of the agenda are not the same. And I was just, so there's an item in the package that doesn't exist on the agenda. Page 94. Oh, did he? Oh, I see. Okay. So I'll just move that. Sorry, that's my bad.
Okay, so councillor reports, somebody want to make a motion to approve the attendance at the councillor reports? Glenn, or, go ahead, Glenn.
It was, I'm gonna move to accept the follow-up action list for report for information first. We never did that.
Okay. Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Now I'll go to Anthony.
I move to receive the council reports as presented.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. Meeting dates. That's the 94. Glenn, are you speaking to this?
Yeah, this was, I think this is being put on by the University of Alberta. There's not a lot of information here, but I've already, you can apply online to say that you're going. I think it would be a good idea for all of us to go. So I move to authorize council's attendance to the information session on the rural wealth creation hosted December 11th, 2024 from 5:30 to 7 p.m.
Discussion, all those in favor? Okay,
Now you can-
okay, date suggestions for virtual meetings with the Wildfire Innovations. Is that rain gun on the tower? Did they actually do the one at Enoch? And did anybody go? Oh, cool.
I came up the last, my GPS had me going all around
The reservation?
the whole nation.
Yeah, there is flaws in the road network there. I've been lost in there as well. All right, so, suggestions for a wildfire innovation? Really, it's just like I said, a rain gun on a tower, eh? Portable tower.
Yeah, this meeting, the people were hoping to get not only council, but our fire chief, our dam, and our CEO in attendance. So it would have to be a date that worked for everybody. So obviously not a Friday when you have those flex days. But maybe administration can give us an idea of what dates would work.
So is it too cold for this now, for a rain gun?
This is just a meeting.
Oh, just a meeting.
They want to discuss pricing and maybe some options for the split cost up to years.
It'd be a good thing for the town of Drayton Valley to be a partner in this. You know, there was a lot of money spent on that pipeline for Drayton Valley. And so something like this could cover pretty much the whole town. It might be a subject for discussion too as well at our joint meeting. Anthony?
If we're having already a date set for the joint meeting, could we have this virtual presentation then?
Yeah, it'd be a good idea. The 13th, I think, is my last day that I've got off in December. Pardon me? Yeah, maybe the night of the 15th.
Yeah. That works.
Is there any chance council would change the council meeting? Pardon me? No, the council meeting on the, what is it, the 15th? 17th? Yeah, I'm gone. I'm pulling the Cara.
Except I work and don't vacation.
I work too and don't vacation.
Well, Dallas can probably run that one.
What's that?
Dallas can run that one.
Well, he could, but. Okay, so I could attend virtually. Okay. Oh, that hurts. All right. Okay, we'll leave it alone. Pardon me?
Anyway, Bart, do you need a motion for Tina to set that meeting up with that fellow and town and us?
Okay, go ahead.
I move that we ask administration to set up a virtual meeting for the Wildfire Innovations Project on the same day that we're having our joint council meeting with the town.
Discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimous. FCSS. Or hold it, no, I had a meeting date, Anthony. Oh, this is to ratify?
Yeah, I need ratification where I took that course for respectful, training for respectful behavior in the workplace. And yeah, so I need that ratification, please, if you
Okay.
want. Otherwise,
Glenn?
I move to ratify Councillor Heinrich's attendance to the workplace, well, respect for workplace training.
Does he get a virtual check? All right. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, what are we doing with the mail strike there? Are we just doing everything electronically now? Nothing? Like all the mail that comes to the county, there must be stuff missing in the mail somewhere.
We've notified ratepayers, and we'll do our best to manage invoicing and payments as best we can. I'm sure the strike will be over in like a matter of hours, because these things usually are very quick.
Hours?
This is probably something that's aligned with the Christmas season, so.
Anthony?
you told us a little while ago it sounded like you had horses. Maybe we can go back to Pony Express?
Yes, that would be nice. We have to put that bridge in. What's that?
As long as we don't feed them over.
Yes. And we gotta make sure that the bridges are safe, that they walk over, so. So we're done with that. Now we go to D, FCSS. I think, Dallas, you put this on?
I did, thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I have the pleasure of sitting on the FCSS board, Breton, and also the pleasure of attending the first, for myself, FCSS AA, Alberta Association, AGM and conference in Edmonton just recently. I went, yeah. So it was a fabulous, it was fantastic. These people work so hard and they put their heart into what they do. My hat goes off to them. I'm just so impressed. I'll just tell you a highlight for me at this conference. I met Bert Auger. I'm not sure if any of you had met Bert. He's an elder, Cree Nation, and we smudged, and it was so cool. Anyway, I'm just asking council for ratification. It was 3 days. Actually, it was 2 half days and 1 full day, November 13th to 15th.
Okay.
Report to follow.
We need a motion to ratify his attendance.
13th to 15th of November.
Donna?
I move to ratify Dallas's attendance at the FCSS conference from the 13th to the 15th of November.
Discussion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Okay, that's for additions. So, we just have legal, I guess. We need to add one more thing, sale of community facilities. I don't know unless we talk about it now, but then we'll be kicked off council because we're talking about a thing that's supposed to go in closed. So I just wanted for discussion. Yeah, we need to add community facilities. Just new information I've got that needs to be dealt with. 16? Yeah. Okay. Did somebody make a motion? Well, you don't know. I'll just put it on. If it is, you can talk to it as well. It's a sale of community facility in Cynthia. Okay, then add another.
That's what's enclosed.
Okay, so make sure you mention Cynthia Community Hall. So, but I'll need somebody to make that in the form of a motion. To add it to the agenda. Anthony? No. Yes? Go ahead, Anthony.
Community, or the Cynthia Community Hall as VoIP section 16 for number D.
Okay. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Donna, what was yours? Is it land, legal, labor? Land. Okay, then what's the FOIP section for land? 16. I know.
Pathways, walkways,
Oh, that's not,
is that land?
it is land if we have to purchase it. Yeah. It wouldn't be,
Yeah. Walkway lawsuit.
walkway lawsuit?
Walkway lawsuit, that's
Okay.
hard to say.
Somebody will need to put that onto the agenda in the form of a motion.
Is that FOIP 16?
Is that 16 as well? Is that FOIP 16 as well?
It would be 19 if it's legal.
Okay.
Okay, 19. Somebody making a motion?
I move to add 16E, walkway lawsuit, FOIP 19.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
From the discussions I've had at the RMA level and from the way we've been explained, you're allowed to talk about what the issue is that you're going enclosed for. You don't talk about the details of the issue.
Okay.
And
that
what
makes
you
sense.
are, so I'm actually, just President's fine for now, but we could get flagged on 16A and 16C because it doesn't say what those issues are. Like you have to, the public has a right to know what we're discussing back there. They don't have a right to know the details. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And then same thing when you make your motion, you can talk about, you can even actually in your motion say what the decision was, or what the discussion was back there if it's part of the motion. You are allowed to say that in public. It's just giving details around it, right?
Okay. So, we need a motion. Did we get that one there passed? The walkway? Did we voted on that? Okay, now do we need to have a motion for all of them to go into enclosed now? Dallas?
Sure, I'll move to go in closed session. 16A, legal update, FOIP section 19. 16B, animal control contract, FOIP section 16. Item 16C, land, FOIP section 16. 16D, sale of Cynthia, FOIP 16. Item 16E, walkway lawsuit, legal.
Oh. All right, we'll have a motion to reconvene here. No, not a motion. I guess I just declare I forgot everything. I went out for a break. Any direction coming out of the enclosed session? Anthony?
Date for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Cody, your light was on?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Dallas?
No, oh,
I move to receive the animal control contract discussion for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? Donna?
I move to receive the walkway lawsuit discussion for information.
Discussion? All those in favor? And Glenn?
I read yet. I move to direct administration to negotiate a solution to the Hilltop Acres land situation based on the parameters discussed and closed.
Great motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Are we done? You can't make a motion, Rudy.
oh,
Cody?
I move to receive the Cynthia Community Hall discussion for information.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Oh, no, you in favor, Don? Okay. Cody?
I move to adjourn.
Discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimous. Good job, you guys. So we'll see you tomorrow. send that to me, Kara.
You have to have